to help you guys understand what all of this is about. So in outer space, there's a lot of radiation, and there are multiple sources of this radiation. There could be cosmic rays, etc., but one of these sources is solar events. So something like a solar flare can cause highly energized particles to flow through space. Now, this stream of particles often finds themselves in the near-Earth regions of space, and this is where a lot of our satellites are orbiting. Now, this is very detrimental for the onboard electronics on satellite systems, but it can also affect systems that are related to aviation applications. Now, this radiation causes an extremely harsh environment for these electronic systems, and that's where the major problem of single event effects occurs. Now, when these highly energized particles strike very critical systems on electronic devices, it can cause a number of effects to happen, and the broad umbrella term that we use is single event effects. So now, 3 specific effects that we looked at in this study was single event upsets. That's specifically when a memory bit is changed. A single bit out of maybe a register or word, for example. Now, a multiple bit upset is when there are multiple bits that are affected by one single strike. This is becoming a lot more common because the newer geometries of devices are becoming a lot smaller. And when storage nodes share charge, if a charge is obstructed, then multiple bits will be affected by this. Now, when the energy from the particle is high enough, when it strikes an electric device, sometimes what happens is we have something called a single event latch up. Now, that is when a current spike or a glitch occurs. And the final one that we specifically look at in this study is a single event transient. Now, a single event transient specifically affects the combinational logic of an electronic circuit. And this is, for example, if the particle strikes at the input to a flip-flop, then at the same time that the clock latches the flip-flop, then the output from that memory element, anything that is reliant on that information is now going to have the incorrect input and consequently the incorrect output. So obviously these effects are very detrimental. Some of them are permanent, some of them are extremely damaging. Now, this is where the mitigation side of our research comes in. Now, a milli-C element is not a novel term, it's widely used, but the nice thing about it, okay, so just for context, let me just explain what the milli-C actually is. It's sometimes called a guard gate. So the guard gate you can see in that top circuit diagram. The basic implementation for this guard gate is essentially that there's a few field effect transistors and the guard gate has 2 inputs and 1 output. When the 2 inputs are the same, when they agree with each other, they're either both a 1, both a 0. The guard gate will output what the input is. It'll work like an AND gate. But if any of these inputs differ, if something changes and there's an upset or an error that occurs, the output from the guard gate will latch onto the previously accepted value. So in that case, it helps to prevent the error from propagating past that point. Now, we can use this implementation for things such as an SET filter, which is basically just a glitch filter. So if something comes through on the one side, it will not be delayed, whereas on the other side it will be. And that's how the inputs, that glitch, will not arrive at the inputs to the guard gate at the same time, which means the inputs will not be the same at the exact same time, and that glitch will not propagate to the rest of your circuit. So that's just an example of how we implement this, and the little signals that I've got there just show the overall working of the guard gate. Now, there are other modifications of this, such as multiple input modifications, and something like this, for example, will allow you to filter out any 0 to 1 or 1 to 0 changes that occur along the 3 inputs for those gates, these 2 here. So normally what we do when we mitigate circuits is that we will have the same combinational logic repeated 3 separate implementations. Now, in ordinary operation, all 3 of the outputs for that combinational logic, they should output the same value. Sorry, am I going over? Good. All right, so they should be exactly the same. But now if there's an error that occurs, one or two of those outputs might not be the same. And that's where the mitigation comes in with this gate. So if any of those inputs differ, then it will essentially block that output change from propagating to the rest of the circuit. And this is basically the logic that we use to develop this circuit. So this is the actual one that we have been testing. This is what my supervisor developed. So essentially it works the same. We have that A, B, and C. Those are the same implementation of the same circuit, but 3 different separates. And that is essentially the output from your combinational logic. Now, if there are any 0 to 1 changes, then the AND gate will filter this change out. And if there are any 1 to 0 changes, the OR gate will filter these out. And the multiplexer, the core part of this whole implementation is that the multiplexer has a feedback line to its select input. And that's basically how it selects which gate is necessary for which filtering. So if there's more time at the end, I can always go through that a little bit more in depth, but that's just basically it. So when we were testing this, the software that we implemented is based off of the triple modular redundancy architecture. Now, this is a very standard way of mitigating things in this field. It essentially just uses voting logic. So it'll take the 3 inputs and it will choose whichever is the most common. So if one input is a 0 and the other 2 are 1s, it will output the 1, for example. But this is a problem if we have multiple errors, because then the majority will go to the error instead of the actual value that we want, which is exactly where our solution comes in, where it will not take whichever is the majority vote, it will just take whichever one it actually should be. So that's the best part. We still have time. So the experimentation that we did, so in general, we did the protons for this setup, but we also did the heavy ions separately. And the whole point of that was obviously to determine various irradiation, but it uses 2 separate methods. So I'm just going to go through a very general experimentation process that we have. This is basically the common ground between both experiments, just so you guys have a good idea. Okay, so of course we have our radiation source, and this will irradiate our test FPGA. Now, all of the I/O coming from the test FPGA is monitored by a separate FPGA that is basically the same. And that will be placed inside the vacuum chamber. Now, the vacuum chamber is going to be quite a way away from the connectors panel, the control panel, excuse me, and that's where we sit. So of course, because of the radiation is quite dangerous, we normally sit around like 80 meters away. So from this, we have a DAC card that communicates all of this information via an Ethernet cable. So all of that helps us to get the data that we actually need from this experiment. So it'll log the errors that are occurring, any current spikes, etc. So that's how we can really have a good understanding of what is happening. So from all of this, we actually are able to get our 3 very positive findings. So first of all, we found out that the circuit that we developed, it is able to have a similar cross-section to triple modular redundancy, and that's a very good thing. If anyone doesn't have context, triple modular redundancy is very effective in mitigating single event errors. So our setup can basically replace or be as a substitute for triple modular redundancy, which is very good because triple modular redundancy uses a lot of resources in your circuit because there's a lot of things that have to be duplicated, there's a lot of redundancy, where our circuit does have a similar architecture, however there's slightly less resource use, and additionally we can mitigate for multiple upsets. Okay, then so the single event upsets we were able to do in the memory elements, and there are a few snags still. The global and clock, any global signals are still not being mitigated, and the user I/O and memory is still to be, that's still at risk of single event transients. But overall, we are very happy with how well this has performed, very much so. So that's very, very good. So now I'm just going to open the floor up to any questions, comments, anything that you guys would like me to elaborate on further. If there was maybe something that I brushed over too quickly and someone didn't understand. Does it all make sense? Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm actually interested in the limitations you found of your study. What were some of those limitations?
The indentations.
Limitations.
Oh, the limitations.
Yes.
In terms of what specifically you're asking? Which limitations?
Methodological approach. What was the limitation around that?
Well, there wouldn't be specific limitations with the methodology. It's a very tried and tested approach. So it's just the standard methodology that we use for all of these types of experimentation. So essentially, you just need a big enough machine that can accelerate particles, either protons or heavy ions. So when we do the heavy ion testing, there are specific beam energies that you look at. These are calculated systematically depending on what your target substrate is. So for our applications, it will be silicone because of the chip that we're using. But for the heavy ions, we use things such as helium, argon, depending on what specifically we're looking at, how heavy of an ion you want to be irradiating the board. So obviously a heavier ion will cause more errors because it'll have a higher energy and opposed to a lower ion. So we use a fairly broad base across the spectrum so that we have an idea of when you use a super heavy ion, does it create the expected amount of upsets that we're looking for.
Do we have more questions or comments? Okay, if we do not have any other comment, thank you, Alt, for your presentation. Let's give her a round of applause. The second speaker of the day is V. Manga.
Greetings to the class at large, Greetings to the house at large. Standing before you is Fuyole Tumanga from USU, and I'm gonna be presenting my study titled The Non-Adherence to ART in Men Who Have Sex with Men in the land or Tambo district of Umtata. So this is the outline of my study. We have the background. We have the aims and objective. We have the methods, ethics, the trustworthiness, emerging themes and power codes. We have the conclusion and recommendation. So let me go through the study with you guys now. So introduction, the term ART stands for antiretroviral therapy. It is a term that is used to describe the treatment of HIV and AIDS. Now the term ART, it is holistic. So which means it not only involves taking the ART drugs, it also involves understanding HIV and AIDS and Lendo ART, preparing and compiling to the course of ARV therapy. So this means that patients are taken to counseling before, like, they take their ARV drugs. They are counseled on how to take these drugs during the course of the treatment. So MSM numerous obstacles hinder men who have sex with men from adhering to antiretroviral therapy, including stigma, discrimination, and encountered both at healthcare facilities and within the community. So this key population faces a great deal of stigma and discrimination within the healthcare facility. So this barrier hinders them from adhering successfully to ART. Limited research has been conducted into the experience of MSM facing such stigma. There is limited research that has been done in conducting, in looking at the experience of MSM in adhering to ART. There is limited research. There were, I had my difficulties in finding recent papers during my literature review. MSM receives stigma, discrimination, judgment, and unfair treatment by healthcare workers at healthcare facilities. The negative experience prevents them from getting equal healthcare services, and this also influences their decision whether to continue with the treatment or not. MSM who have sex with men are one of the several populations that are most infected by the human immunodeficiency virus. Social exclusion due to homophobia, due to transphobia, HIV stigma and discrimination, social inequality, economic inequality, and human rights violation continue to be prevalent among MSM and at the individual and social scales. So this key population faces a great deal of discrimination, not only at the community, but also at the healthcare facilities. So let me just take you through the problem statement. MSM are likely to engage in risky sexual behaviors and high alcohol consumption, but often that affects MSM health are often neglected due to Xhosa traditional norms, societal norms, and religious beliefs in the OR Tambo region. This key population is likely to engage in risky sexual behaviors, but this is often ignored due to the fact that in the rural oral Tambo, there are Xhosa norms that forbids boys from practicing practicing homosexuality. So therefore, this key population faces a great deal of discrimination. So due to this population, they are highly unlikely to continue with going to clinic for visits into collecting their treatments for ART, for HIV, sorry. So this is even more apparent in South Africa. Men who have sex with men who have been historically been ignored for direct service provision despite being the key population at high risk of HIV acquisition and transmission. So in South Africa, this key population has been neglected, although this key population is at high risk, but it has been highly neglected over the years. There's not much research into them, and they often face neglect and discrimination within the healthcare services. Limited research has been conducted into the experience of MSM facing stigma. MSM receives stigma and discrimination, judgment, and unfair treatment by healthcare workers in several health services. The health system and the workforce has failed in achieving equal health for all, as this key population faces a great deal of discrimination, stigma at primary healthcare settings, such as the public clinics. There is a high mortality rate to MSM due to HIV and AIDS has been, as we have seen with the likes of the famous singer, of the famous gay trio, which is the Chrisam. Two of the singers died due to complications of HIV and AIDS. They have stressed that they did face problems in the healthcare facility when it came to accessing their ART treatment. There is most gay people or MSM are most likely to not make it to 60 or 70 due to the risky sexual behaviors and the lack of trust within the health system, due to discrimination and stigma by healthcare workers, thus making MSM to be non-compliant to ART. So I'm going to take you through the aims and objectives of the study. The primary aim of the study was to identify the primary obstacles to antiretroviral therapy adherence encountered by men who have sex with men in Umtata. Additionally, the research explored how these barriers undermine ART adherence. The main objective of the study, was to identify the challenges which are associated with the non-compliance to antiretroviral therapy by HIV positive men who have sex with men. The methodology of the study, we utilized a qualitative study that utilized epidemiological design in order to collect data. Snowball sampling was used. Snowball sampling approach was used. This was due to the fact that we didn't have much NGOs that cater for the rights of land of the LGBTI community. We only used the SHE, and there was not much to go by. We only had 13 face-to-face interviews who are HIV positive. We only conducted 13 face-to-face interviews with the key informants who were HIV positive men who have sex with men. Saturation was reached on the 11th participant, and additionally 2 participants were interviewed to make 13 participants. Thematic analysis was carried out and illustrative quotes were noted during the interviews. The study, so now I'm going to take you through the study population and setting. The target population of the study, it was HIV positive MSM. So these include your gay men, your transgender woman, your bisexual men, and other men who have sex with men between the ages of 18 to 35 35 years who reside in Umtata. The inclusion criteria for this study was MSM, gay men, bisexual men, transgender woman, and other MSM between the ages of 18 to 35 years. And also the healthcare workers working for the land NGOs that cater for the rights of the LGBTI community. The exclusion criteria for this study, it was your heterosexual males, women, and mentally disturbed men, and also men that are below the ages of 18. So men who are below the ages of 18 are minors. So we couldn't interview them without the consent of the parent. And HIV, it is a sensitive issue. So that's why we chose to take from 18 to 35 years in the inclusion criteria. The sampling size and data collection, purposive sampling was used to select 10 to 15 MSM, gay men and transgender woman participants who are HIV positive and non-adherent to ART. A semi-structured interview, which utilized face-to-face interviews, was used to collect data from the study. interviews were conducted with MSM, gay men, and transgender women. Okay, ethical clearance was ethical clearance to conduct the study was sought at Walter Sisulu University. Approval letter was conducted from the Eastern Cape Eastern Cape Health Research Committee in the OR Tambo district. Okay, let me take you through to data analysis and the land imaging themes. During the data collection process and the data analysis, 6 themes emerged from the study. Theme 1, it was the lack of privacy, and one participant quoted the following: "I cannot take my ARVs as I want to due to the lack of privacy, since I share a room with 2 other guys, and I am not ready to disclose my status because I fear being discriminated at campus, and since I had my own experience of discrimination when I came out of the closet." So the lack of privacy, it is a barrier to the adherence of land ART in men who have sex with men. So theme number 2, which is also a barrier, discrimination. One of the participants quoted, "I suffered a lot of discrimination about my sexual orientation. I went to initiation school. I was treated unfairly by my cousins and brothers, stating that initiation will cure my homosexuality." So discrimination in the land of Tambo district to the gay community, it's very high, due to the fact that there is a process called Ogweluka initiation. So in the Eastern Cape, as a man, you are supposed to portray masculinity. You are supposed to you are supposed to go in the crawl. Ne? So now, if a person is gay, that person, he does not lend explicit masculine traits. He explicit feminism. Therefore, this person is highly subjected to high levels of stigma and discrimination in the Eastern Cape. So theme number 3. It was stigma from the healthcare providers. In clinics, I personally get nasty comments from female nurses saying that I am too handsome to be wasting my time with sleeping with men, and those comments made me stop going to the clinic and collect my ARVs. So from this quote, you could see that the healthcare providers are not well trained in situations of interacting with the LGBTI community. I think like there should be street policies should be conducted in this issue that will prohibit them from making Deuteronomy remarks. So theme number 4, it was theme number 4, barrier number 4, it was the fear of disclosure. One participant, which is participant number 6, unemployed, stated the following: in clinics, when I went there for HIV testing, I tested positive, and then they asked me to come with my partner at the time. I had fear of disclosing my sexual orientation because I feared of being discriminated by the healthcare workers, and if I were to bring a man as my sexual partner, because most of the nurses were old and had no knowledge of gay MSM and are strongly against homosexuality. So let me take you through the recommendations, guys. So during the course of our study, we came up with the recommendations and the land interventions. So the first recommendation we came up with, it is the awareness campaigns targeting the LGBTI community. We have to conduct awarenesses, especially in the rural areas of Transkei. There is lack of knowledge about the practice of homosexuality. They believe that someone is demon possessed if someone is homosexual. So like I believe we should like conduct awareness campaigns in those rural areas. There should be also active follow-up initiatives on on the MSM who are non-adherent to ART. So we should also enhance recognition and funding for the NGOs that cater services to the land LGBTI society. There should also be a provision of single dorm rooms at the tertiary institutions where possible to address the issue of lack of privacy. There should also be funding and recognition for the LGBTI community to be recognized. We also recommend the increase in research and policy that are needed to support the MSM in achieving optimal ART adherence, implementing campaigns that combine mental health services with ART provision, to train healthcare providers on the LGBTI cultural competency to create a welcoming environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I see in your methodology you said that you interviewed healthcare workers, but those healthcare workers were ones who were part of NGOs that support the LGBTQ community. So my question is then, what about interviewing healthcare workers that are not necessarily part of these NGOs, so that we can also find out on how to better equip them so that they are more accommodating to MSM.
No, we did interview those healthcare workers that are not working with the LGBTI organizations. Most of them did not want to be part of the study. I remember going to Borastau in the Department of Health, asking the permission to conduct interviews with the healthcare nurses at Gateway Clinic. They did not want to be part of the study because they were strongly against the practice of homosexuality. So as I said, that there should be increased awareness about the LGBTI society. The people of Transkei, they are people who reside in the rural areas who are who are grounded in the closer customs and the old ways of living. So there is a high need of doing recognition and also awareness campaigns, and also showing that no, this is something that we should also make them know. But these boys did not choose to be gay; it's how they were born. So we have to accept them, and also they should have equal access to health, irregardless of their sexual orientation. Thank you.
Yes, just a question. How many men were sampled?
Sorry?
How many men were sampled in the questionnaire?
It was 13.
13.
Yes, 13.
In the entire Transkei.
No, in the district of the Helen, Wartam.
Mtata. Okay,
Yes,
so
Mtata.
so it's not a very high sample. So I had a look at your objectives. It was to, it looks to me at least that you want to, there's a problem with gay men accessing antiretroviral medicines, right?
Yes.
But it seems to me later on that you want to create more of an awareness in the community because of the culture of gay men. Or men in that community.
Yes.
So it seems to me, and perhaps I'm wrong, that your focus is more to create an awareness of men in homosexual relationship than access to antiretrovirals medicine, which should be the focus really. Am I mistaking something? It looks like your your focus seems to be more creating awareness in an environment where people are not too accepting, but not too much on the objectives that you set in the beginning of the study, which is access to medication. Am I missing something?
Okay. As I said before, this key population faces a great deal of discrimination within the healthcare, within the healthcare facilities. Therefore, there is a need to create awareness. You see, so most of the people at Borastau Health Department stress that they do not understand this thing of being homosexual. They viewed it as something that is unethical. Therefore, there is a need to first educate the healthcare workers about MSM and also treating them with respect and also giving them the dignity they need first before we could address the issue of them not adhering to ART.
Okay, so the precursor is not then the medication, it's to create awareness and acceptance of the community before they can understand why they should give the medicine. Is the idea
This
not...
no,
would it
the study
I'm-
covers both.
I'm trying to understand, is it not better to get the medication for these communities and then concentrate on awareness if you want, because just based on your objectives and then based on what I've seen in your conclusions and sort of recommendations, your focus is more on creating awareness and not the medication.
I think there was a recommendation of including clubs for gay men to collect their treatment, because there was a participant of mine. I think it was a week after conducting my interviews with them. He called me. He said that he has an STI. He prefers to go to a place where he prefers to go to a place where they cater for the LGBTI community. So you must bear in mind that this person lives 1 kilometer away from a clinic, but he prefers to go to SHE, which is the land organization that caters for the land LGBTI community. As I said, that the LGBTI community, especially gay men, they have lack of trust within the healthcare facilities. So for them to collect medication at the healthcare facilities, they see it as not an option, because many of them have stressed that then at the clinic they might find their neighbors, they might find people who are strongly against the land LGBTI society or the practice of homosexuality. So it is there is a need to first do this simultaneously to increase awareness and also talk about the need for influence gay men to adhere to ART. I think we can do it simultaneously. We cannot do one. We cannot do one and leave the other. I think we should do it simultaneously. That's why my study focuses on both.
Okay, so it's both.
Yes, it's both.
You want acceptance of the community,
Yes.
and you want the
Them
antiretroviral
yes, to adhere
medication.
successfully to ART, yes.
Okay, so there's a moral issue and there's a legal issue.
Yes.
Legally, they have to give it. Morally, they do not have to accept, but you want to change that perception.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think I understand part of his confusion, because actually your aim is on adherence, and adherence is when you are taking the medication, and you actually wanted to understand the barriers, but your discussion is predominantly on access before they get the medication. So there's a difference between access and adherence. And perhaps just to comment a bit on the sample is enough because it's a qualitative study. So my question, I was a bit confused with this use of terms, MSM, gay men, bisexuality, transgender women, because in your inclusion criteria, you actually mention them. But often you say MSM and you never say anything about transgender women, because I'm trying to understand, were there any transgender women in the 13 sample that you had, and like the demographics of your participants, how many were MSM? And if this is one thing, like how different are these? Because I'm a bit confused right now.
Okay, to like answer you in there, MSM, it is the land holistical term that is used to describe men who have sex with men. Within this holistical term, we have gay men. Your gay man it is a man that is sometimes feminine, but also sleeps with men. Your transgender woman, it is a person that wants to be like identified as a woman. And also we have your bisexual man. Your bisexual man, it is a man that has sexual relations with both men and women. But the term MSM, it is holistical, includes all. Okay, thank you. Noted.
Shouldn't really break them down as if it's not one thing. So you should say MSM refers to, and then you list them to say that's how you're operationalizing MSM, opposed to you writing MSM, gay, bisexual, transgender. It looks different, whereas you're actually operationalizing them as MSM.
Okay, noted. Thank you.
Let us all clap hands for our speaker. I would like to call T. Juku.
Hello everyone, my name is Thando Chukwu, and today we're going to be talking about emerging technology in the energy storage, which is sodium-ion batteries. So we're going to be talking about the synthesis and characterization of sodium-ion phosphate as a promising material for sodium-ion batteries. So over the past few decades, there's been a rise in demand for highly efficient, cost-effective, sustainable energy storage. Which is cost effective compared to the lithium-ion batteries which are commercially used right now. So that's why we chose sodium-ion batteries as a promising future. So this is just the overview of my presentation. I'll do the introduction, discuss the sodium-ion and lithium-ion batteries, the societal challenges that sodium-ion batteries can address, the quality of life it can bring, also the global and sustainability, also to touch on how we synthesize this material, the results, conclusion, and the future works. So the introduction is, the concept of sodium-ion batteries is not a new concept. It's an old concept that dates back to the 1970s, with significant advances made over the past few decades in the technology and the material science. The sodium-ion batteries can apply to large energy storage with other applications that can be further used to support the electric grids. Moving on, sodium-ion batteries are rechargeable batteries, same as lithium-ion batteries, but the only difference is they use sodium as a charge carrier. They have a potential to revolutionize the energy storage system because of the high abundance and low cost. The framework of the sodium-ion batteries is the same framework as the lithium-ion batteries. They both have an anode and a cathode, a binder, a separator, and electrolyte. The only difference is that for the sodium-ion batteries, the cathode we compared will consist of lead oxides, phosphoric ion, and phosphate compounds, which is the sodium-ion phosphate we're currently investigating. And for anode, you have your soft carbons, which are carbon nanotubes or graphite, and hard carbons, which is graphite. And then your electrolyte you can use aqueous, ionic organic compounds, and then your binders you can use PVD, PTF, ENP, and PVP. Okay. Moving on to the comparison of sodium-ion batteries to sodium-ion to lithium-ion. They have similar chemistry, with both of them coming from group 2 in the periodic table. So the only difference is that the lithium has a smaller size compared to the sodium-ion, which is much heavier. If you look at the energy density, sodium-ion has a lower energy density compared to lithium ions, but however, the energy density is something we can always increase by incorporating highly conductive materials to that one. The cycle life, they have a short cycle life, sodium-ion batteries compared to lithium-ion batteries, but we can also improve that using the same concept of just putting a highly conductive material. They are highly scalable, as we've seen with the lithium-ion batteries, which is a relatively comparative batteries that we currently have on the market. They have a low operating temperature compared to lithium-ion batteries, so that means you avoid the effect of thermal runaway with lithium batteries, just combustion and catching fire, and take a few days to stop the flame. The environment friendliness is that for sodium-ion, the sodium as a metal is highly available in anywhere. You can find it in the ocean. So you don't have to go and source out in mines where you can dig up holes to affect the environment. And that will make it cost less compared to the lithium-ion batteries, which will reduce the cost as you can find them on the aircraft. And then the safety aspect is just that because sodium-ion batteries won't catch fire as easily as the lithium-ion batteries. Moving on to how sodium-ion batteries can address some of the societal challenges, energy security. So with sodium-ion batteries, they're highly abundant and highly accessible. They cost less to reduce the affordability, to reduce the cost of the batteries. Also, this will make us reduce the dependency of the rare metals that require mining for them to be accessed. If you look at the graph, this is how the distribution of lithium-ion mines is compared to the white space which is around, which would be the ocean, where you can easily access some of the sodium. Moving on to enhancing the quality of life, sodium-ion batteries can be integrated into the electric grid to support the renewable energy, which is solar and wind, to store some of the energy. This can also help during load shedding processes where we can have enough energy to supply the grid. Also, this will also create an accessibility, making electricity cheaper, so we can power all of the off-grid rural areas. Also, this can help manufacture affordable electric cars. How does sodium-ion batteries affect the global development? So, investing in sodium-ion batteries can help stimulate economic growth in the energy sector. It can also help with the fabrication and distribution of these batteries, a storage component, and also with job creation and manufacturing and deployment. Also, the environmental sustainability is it reduces the emissions, greenhouse emissions, as mining lithium is highly potent. Also, it can affect the contaminants of lithium-ion batteries can affect the groundwater. Also, lowering the environmental impact and increasing the circular economy through recyclable energy materials. I'll just touch that point close to the last slide. So how did we actually make this sodium iron phosphate? So we took sodium nitrate, citric acid, we add to a round bottom flask in 20 ml of deionized water. We add, on top of it, we add ammonium diphosphate and iron ferroxide. And then we reflux condense for that for about an hour. When a solution gel forms, we stop the reaction, take it out, put it in a petri dish. We dry it at about 120 degrees overnight. When we're done that, we take out the product, we grind it to form small powders. And those small powders, we put them in a mouthful furnace to calcinate them at 800 degrees for 8 hours. And then that, we take it out, we grind it again, and then that product we have, it's what is ready for characterization. So the first characterization we do is results. The first characterization technique we do is Raman spectroscopy. We are looking at identifying the phosphate ions and the ferrous oxide. So you find there's two versions of the ferrous you find that the ferrous oxide is in the lower region of the spectrum, which we have FO4 bending, and then the phosphate anion, you find that you have asymmetric and symmetric bending, which you find them in the region of 297 and 1049 and 1067 centimeters. Sorry. And then to further confirm that we actually form these phosphate ions, we use FTIR. We are looking to the lower region, which is between 500 and 1500. We have two types of bending, two types of stretching also. The stretching modes, you find them at 974, and then the bending mode, you find them lower at 627 to 57. And then you see on the graph, I also have some OH and CH. Those are attributed to the citric acid that we use as the fuel at the beginning of the reaction. We further took the material that we have just to study the morphology of the surface of the material. We found that our materials, we have a spheric shape to them, and then we use EDX to study, do we have all of these metals that we actually say we have on the structure, which we do have. We have sodium, we have phosphate, we have oxygen, we have iron. And then we found out that the size of them is around 25 nanometers. Moving on, and then we further tried to confirm the shape of this material, okay? If you follow the red line on this graph, it has a solid sphere, and our graph right here relatively gives us that shape. So we confirmed that our material is actually spherical, and then we further use TEM just to confirm the particle size. The particle size is around 23.5 nanometers, and if you look at the small dark spots, you can see because TEM penetrates through the material instead of actually being on the surface, so it can show you the internal structure of the material, and you can see we have a solid sphere. Moving on to the X-ray diffraction technique. The X-ray diffraction technique is to confirm the crystallinity of your material. It's to confirm the crystallinity of your material, also the size. You can see that due to the peaks, sharp peaks, that is highly crystalline, and then the particle size is 25.3 nanometers. And then we use also Sachs space again to just confirm the particle distribution, so we can be sure that it's in the range of 25 nanometers. And then we use a 3D modeling, which is VESTA, to actually conceptualize the structure, how it actually look on the 3D model. And then we found out that it forms a stable maricide structure with this orthorhombic, with the A phase at 8.9 Armstrong, the B phase at 6.8 Armstrong, and then the C phase at 5.04 Armstrong. And then we did some electrochemical characterization just to see how does this material actually functions as a battery. So if you see in the point A and point B and point C, our material actually goes through the charging and the discharge. So the charge is the insertion, and the charge is the deinsertion, and the discharge is the insertion. So we have an intermediate phase on our material due to the size of the sodium ion being larger compared to lithium ions that actually do not have this intermediate size. And this intermediate size is caused by the unreacted iron phosphate that you actually have in our structure. But however, we did calculate the charge capacity and the discharge capacity. We found the charge capacity was 9.4 milliamps per hour per gram, and then the discharge is 66.8. And we compared these two, and we find that through the charging and discharge, we have about 30% of capacity loss. However, the theoretical capacity of sodium iron phosphate is 154 milliamps hour per gram, which is about 60% of what we got with the 94.2 milliamps per gram. And then we further try to see when we charge this over a period of time, how does it function? So we found out that on the first cycle we have about 76 milliamps per hour. 25th cycle we have about 75, and then on the 50th cycle we have about 75.7. And then we found that through all of this we have about 12% of Coulomb efficiency. That means we have a decay of about 12%, and then No, we have about 90.7 Coulomb efficiency, and then about a 12% improvement compared to the initial, the one that we have. And then just on conclusion is, we were able to synthesize the material that we did. The characterization the synthesis technique really mattered to compare to get the size that we wanted. The Raman confirmed everything that we wanted for the anion and the ferrous. The SEM confirmed the shape, which attributed to the Sachs space, also confirming the shape and the size. Also the TEM also confirmed the shape and the size with the crystallinity structure. And lastly, our charge capacity was 90.4 and the discharge, which was a 77.31. And then for future works, we want to take this material and actually apply it on a paper substrate, so we can create paper-based batteries. This will allow us to create lightweight batteries that are highly bendable, which we can also implement into electric vehicles, so that we can reduce the weight and also try to increase the range of the electric vehicles. Also, this will lower the cost of the electric vehicles, also create an environmental friendliness where we can try to create a biodegradable batteries that can be also tried to recyclable references. And that's it. Thank you.
So it's 1, 2, 3. Ooh, where's the third one? Oh, you didn't.
Thank you. I have a question, please, regarding did you do a comparison with lithium-ion batteries?
No, my comparison was based on other materials that are sodium iron phosphate.
Okay.
Yeah. But the theory of the presentation is based on comparing them to lithium-ion batteries as the competitive.
All right. So I understand why you did the Raman spectroscopy, at least I think so, because it will give you the individual elements that's
Yes.
Being synthesized.
Mm.
So, but it won't give you the the structure of the molecule, which is why you obviously did the diffraction.
Mm.
But was that to ascertain what is the percentage of each element in the sodium iron phosphate?
That we can get from EDX, but I didn't put it on a slide at what percentage that I had. But the ratio I had was 1 to 1 to 1, with the oxygen having 4 compared to the other one.
Yeah, because that you can get from the graph.
Yes. From the EDX.
Yes. Okay. Then why did you need to know the structure using diffraction?
Sorry?
Why is the structure important?
Because we're looking at doping the material further on to introduce another material to it. So the reason we wanted the 3D modeling is to deduce where, if we were to dope it with a different material, where would that material fit within the structure.
Okay. So that will be the sodium iron phosphate will be dissolved in some electrolyte, I would imagine.
Yes.
Okay.
Which is sodium nitrate.
Okay. So which makes it, of course, much less dangerous than
Yes.
than lithium ion.
Yes.
But you were talking about the size of the molecules as well.
So I
Why
was
is that
talking
important? If it's dissolved, then that would surely not affect.
No, the intercalation, which is the charge, which is the sodium particle moving from one cathode to another, it also depends on the size, because your anode has a particular opening on the size has a particular opening on its surface. So you want to create as small as possible particles, so that the intercalation doesn't take too much time to go to the other process, and when it reaches the anode, it can fit within the structure because you're working with most of the time they just use carbon nanotubes or graphite. You want it to intercalate in between the two structures. Having a larger size is really hard to fit it in there.
Okay, so you have the sodium flowing,
Yes.
and exchanging then electrons flowing through
Reactant,
the
yes.
through the circuit. What is on the so the anode and the cathode?
The cathode, no, the sodium iron phosphate is the cathode.
Yes.
And then the anode, we just use graphite just to test the preliminary
Graphite.
testing. And then when we go to the battery fabrication, we use sodium titanium oxide, which
Okay.
is highly more competitive to what is being used in batteries, which they use also titanium oxide for lithium ion batteries.
Okay, one last question. Where was it synthesized?
I synthesized it in the
Yeah,
lab.
but where? Yeah?
No, in
Where you
University of
from?
the Western Cape.
Oh, I see. I thought it, I thought it was Nelson Mandela University.
No, no, no.
Tanzania.
University of the
alright.
Western Cape.
Okay, no, good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. Since you are like doing this and your theory is comparing it to lithium-ion batteries, based on like memory effect of lithium battery, it has like the lowest memory effect. So what is the memory effect of this battery, like using your battery, like what may be the memory effect? And this question is like, I'm doing a research on a battery like for a ship, so sometimes there is a variation of temperatures. Now, for instance, if like your batteries, lithium can work like in negative, up until the lowest can be around negative 20 degrees Celsius and high temperatures. So what is the lowest temperature your battery can operate, and what may be the highest, since there might be structural molecules?
Yeah. Usually, the lithium-ion batteries, once you reach temperatures above 60, it will start to expand, as you know, like your battery blowing up.
Yeah.
Ours can operate at temperatures from -5 to about 20 degrees. So it will operate in between that range. So you avoid when the temperatures go up with the battery expanding. So that's why we can actually take the technology, apply it on a paper substrate, which also will avoid it combusting.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Someone
Everybody
else?
done?
Let us please give a round of applause for teacher. Okay, our next speaker is L. Sevilla.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Lebogang Sevilla, and I would like to welcome you to my presentation today titled Metabolomic Profiling of Sweet Potato Cultivars, Insights into Biochemical Differences. In my presentation today, I will focus on how the advancement of technology can help combat food insecurity and improve the quality of life. To begin off with, I think from yesterday we've been hearing a lot about food security, and it has been well defined that food security is the access to safe and nutritious food for the normal growth of an individual. And without secure food, communities face a higher risk of malnutrition, and therefore food insecurity has become a global concern, with sub-Saharan Africa being the most affected region. And the prevalence of food security, if you look at the first graph, the prevalence of food insecurity has increased over the past 10 years. And now the issue with food insecurity is that it affects the global agricultural production by causing a loss in crop yields, as well as a loss in arable land, and also increasing pest and disease pressures, ultimately affecting the global supply, global food supply. And therefore, it has become important to develop climate-tolerant crops, which are able to survive different climate changes. And what this will do is that it will help ensuring food security. So crops such as sweet potato have become critical targets in scientific advancements because of their adaptability and as well as their high nutritional content. And all of this aligns with our SDG 2, which looks at ending hunger, achieving food security, and improved nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So sweet potato is usually grown for its starchy roots and tender leaves for human consumption as well as animal feed. Sweet potatoes have a high nutritional content, which include carbohydrates, fibers, sugars, and waters. And all of this varies depending on the type of cultivar, the soil, the climate, and various other factors. Sweet potatoes are also known as high functional foods because of the presence of different phytochemicals such as beta-carotene and anthocyanins. Orange flesh sweet potato have a high concentration of beta-carotene, which is a precursor for vitamin A. And it has been shown that an increased consumption of orange fresh sweet potato has increased the vitamin A uptake in young children and women in rural Mozambique and Uganda. Whereas purple fresh sweet potato contain a high concentration of anthocyanins, which gives them their color. And they also have several health benefits, which include antioxidant, anti-cancerous, anti-mutagenic, amongst others. However, even though sweet potato has become important in food production and ensuring food security, this crop is affected by various environmental stresses, which include biotic stresses such as pest infestation and fungal infections, and abiotic stresses such as flooding and drought, with drought being the major abiotic stress affecting sweet potato crops. And now plants respond to stresses at various levels, and this also includes molecular and biochemical responses. And therefore, innovative technologies such as metabolomics can help in gaining a deeper understanding of how plants respond to abiotic stresses. So when we talk about the metabolome, we're talking about the complete set of small molecules. These small molecules are known as metabolites, and these metabolites are intermediates or end products of metabolism. And they are end products of metabolism, and the metabolome is the closest link to the phenotype of an organism. And therefore, it has become of deep interest in trying to understand how plants actually respond to stress at a biochemical level, which then leads us to our study. Our study was conducted at the ARC Vegetable and Industrial Medicinal and Plant Campus in Rotterplaat under a rain-out shelter. Pre-selected cultivars included drought-tolerant cultivars Atacama and Jane, and drought-susceptible cultivars Bellevue and Blaisbok. These cuttings were obtained from greenhouse propagation, and then they were grown under the rain-out shelter in the field. And this was done for 4 to 5 weeks, and plant material was then harvested from the sweet potato crops, and the leaves were then stored in a -80 until further analysis. Metabolites were extracted from the sweet potato leaves using a methanol extraction protocol. The sample extracts were then underwent a liquid chromatography mass spectrometry for data acquisition. This was then followed by data analysis using XCMS, Series, MetaboAnalyst, and SIMCA. After data pre-processing, features table was the result of that, and this features table contained 3,009 features, and these features were then used to create a Venn diagram. The Venn diagram shows the differences in metabolite composition between the cultivars. Sorry, can I just put? Yeah. So the variation, I don't know, okay. So from the Venn diagram, we can see the differences between the different cultivars. So the Venn diagram shows metabolites that are unique to each cultivar, as well as metabolites that are shared amongst the cultivars. This was then followed by a multivariate analysis, stats analysis, using unsupervised principal component analysis and supervised orthogonal partial least squared discriminant analysis. I will refer to them as PCA and OPLSD going further. So the PCA shows the clustering of the different cultivars. So what we do see is that from the key findings, we see that Atacama and Blesbok, which is in blue, and Atacama is in green, these two separated well from one another, as well as other cultivars. But what we do notice is that Blesbok and Jane clustered more closely together. So from the results of Atacama and Bellevue, we see that this shows that they have unique metabolic profiles, whereas Jane and Blesbok might share or have similar metabolic profiles. The OPLSD, which is a supervised model, separates the samples according to their intervariation as well as their intravariation. And what we do see is that we see a clear separation of the cultivars, where Bellevue distinctively separated from the other cultivars, as well as Atacama distinctively separated from other cultivars. However, Blesbok and Jane continued to be clustered together, which continues to explain that they might have similar metabolic profiles. This was then followed by an annotation of the different metabolites that are present in the cultivars. For the purpose of this presentation, I'll only focus on the flavonoid class, although there were other different classes that were identified. Flavonoids are secondary metabolites that are responsible for color, flavor, as well as fragrance in plants. And the two metabolites that I'll focus on is camphorol and quercetin, and the reason for that is because these two metabolites have gained interest in research because of how they help the plant respond to different abiotic stresses. Due to the fact that they have an antioxidant activity, and they are able to scavenge reactive oxygen species. These two metabolites also have been shown to have great medical benefits, which include anti-diabetic, cardiovascular protection, anti-mutagenic, and just among others. Therefore, these two metabolites can then be used to aid in molecular breeding because they can form as potential biomarkers when it comes to sweet potato research, specifically our research. Another noticeable thing that I just want us to look at is the biochemical differences between the between all four cultivars from the two metabolites. In conclusion, metabolomics is a tool that can be used to determine the biochemical differences between cultivars and can be used to determine potential biomarkers for molecular breeding, and in that way can help tackle food insecurity by developing varieties that are high yielding and tolerant to various stresses. Our recommendation to policymakers is to support metabolomic targeted breeding. This can be achieved by increasing the funding for metabolomic related research. In that way, funding and supporting breeding programs, and also creating a link between laboratories and plant breeding systems. This can also be extended to farmers, as this will give farmers an up-to-date information on how crops respond to various stresses at biochemical levels, and this can help in their decision making as well. Our second recommendation is to support sustainable practices by promoting sustainable farming. That way we can maintain soil health and reduce environmental stresses. That is because biotechnology on its own cannot solve the problem. We also need to change the ways that we respond to the environment and what we put into the environment as well, so that everything can work together. Yeah. In closing, plant metabolomics is anticipated to make an even greater contribution to the understanding of plant systems and develop more innovative approaches for the future of sustainable living. I'd like to thank the following institutions and the following individuals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So when you mentioned abiotic stresses, you particularly mentioned drought, right? And I'm trying to understand, is there a reason you didn't mention flooding? No, I'm getting to it now. Because also you grew the sweet potatoes in a green farm or like a greenhouse, or was it like inland somewhere? I'm also trying to understand that, because I'm just thinking, if you're doing it in an open environment, we can't just think about drought. What about flooding? Especially if this is, I'm just thinking of the KZN floods that we recently had, and as a whole, South Africa is going through a lot of abiotic stresses. So I'm trying to understand, why is it you only mentioned droughts? And also, I liked your last recommendation on sustainable farming practices. And I immediately thought of regenerative farming or agriculture. And what I know about it, I know very little about it, but it's mostly promoted for staple foods like your maize and things like that. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on how it would go about in terms of your study focused on sweet potatoes, right? So how would regenerative agriculture go in terms of sweet potato? Because I'm trying to look at South Africa and what we consider staple food for us, because we can't promote sustainable ways of farming if it's foods that we can't easily get access to or grow in our backyards.
Okay.
Yeah, so those were my thoughts and questions. Thank you.
To answer the first question, I did mention the other ones. I said flooding and drought, but drought is the major abiotic stress that affects sweet potato. I believe there are other studies that can be conducted on other abiotic stresses. Currently, we are conducting a research looking at drought specifically as a major abiotic stress. I don't know if that answers the question. And then your second question was where we grew the crops. So we grew the crops in the field, but it was under a rain-out shelter, so they are exposed to other environmental stresses, right? But I also think we should look at it at the fact that if we are going to make recommendations, it wouldn't be, it would be much better to recommend something that, I don't know how to put it, but plants are when you grow something in the field, it's exposed to various things, right? So looking at growing the crops in the field in a space where they can be exposed to other factors can also be beneficial, knowing that a plant does not just undergo one kind of stress. Yeah. Then in terms of regenerative agriculture, I'm not too familiar on it as well. I'm not sure if you can further elaborate on that one so that I can properly answer you. Okay.
If no further question, let us clap hands for our speaker. I'm not sure if Jimia is here, but if Jimia is here, she or he will be the last speaker. So I would like to call R. Botete.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Raymond Botete. I'm with the Stellenbosch University in the Materials Engineering Research Group. Today, I'm just going to be talking to you about the advancing additive manufacturing. I'm not sure how many of you here are familiar with additive manufacturing. So, just to give you a hint, additive manufacturing is 3D printing, if you don't know it, but we use the term additive manufacturing. So, we'll be advancing this technology. It is a growing technology in the first industrial revolution. But the way we advance it, we're using the in situ alloying in laser powder bed fusion. I will explain that later, how we do that. The focus of the project is just to look at the potential of this technology that we are employing to advance additive manufacturing, on how we can advance applying the human development to address the theme of this conference. Okay, what is actually laser powder bed fusion? So laser powder bed fusion is an additive manufacturing process. It uses a laser power to melt a layer of powder, and then you take different layers of powder, then you melt it, and then to build a functional part. The process, the way it works, you can see on the animation, you start with the 2 containers that have powders on both sides, then you spray the powder. Once you have spread the powder on the middle one, which is the build platform, you have a layer, then you shoot a laser, it melts that powder, and then you spread another layer on top of that, and then so on and so on until you build your whole component. Here is some of the examples that are built. Just to mention, like the laser powder bed fusion, it only focuses on the metal powders. That means we're using the metals to build our components. And then from here you can see, like, okay, for this process, we need the most key part is that the material must be available in powder form. And then that's a big challenge. Most of the materials that we need, that are functional, that are very important, they're not available in powder form. So how can we address that? So that's why we need in situ alloy. So in situ alloy says, like, okay, you can take different powder mixtures, metal powders, then you mix them together, then now you can melt that mixture with the powder, and then now you form a new material through the melting. Instead of using a single material, then now you're using a different mixture, then now we can be able to form new materials that are tailored to your own needs. Okay, so in terms of how can we use this technology to address the needs of the human development, we looked at these 4 key aspects. And then the first one is the health applications, and then we look on sustainability development, resource efficiency, and then economic benefits that we can get from this technology. Looking at the health benefits, using the different mixtures, that means now we can be able to create or develop new materials that are more biocompatible with the human body, and then they are more patient-specific, because some patients are allergic to other materials and so on. So by mixing different materials, you can create a material that is more patient-specific. As an example, we have this study in Australia. They developed an antibacterial material by taking a titanium alloy, and then they just mix that titanium alloy with silver and copper. Then by just mixing those powders, they were able to come up with a material that is antibacterial. Okay, in terms of the sustainability development, as I said, like now we're using the available powders. We're using the powder mixtures. Then that means those powders are already available in the market. You reduce the cost of now having to manufacture a powder of the new material that you want to use. Okay? And then energy consumption also, like, because the process of manufacturing a powder is called automation. That process is energy intensive because you first have to take your material, melt it, and then atomize it into small particles that you can be able to spread. And then now you're reducing that energy consumption. And then also the environmental impact, or the decrease in greenhouse gases emissions from those energy that we are using, then you're reducing the greenhouse effects. Okay, on the resource efficiency, by blending different materials, you can blend materials as they are needed. That means now you can say, like, okay, I want to create these materials. You just get the powders that only they are needed at the time they are needed. Then you don't need to use unnecessary materials. And then also, like, this have a benefit in terms of the flexibility of the supply chain. Because now we can have on demand, like the materials that are available in different countries or in different stores, then you can just purchase those countries' powders and then mix them together, then develop your own custom alloy. Okay? As an example to that, the 1064 is an alloy. It's a single material, but it's made of titanium, aluminum, and vanadium. So instead of using this alloy, now they said, okay, let's take titanium, aluminum, and vanadium, the powders, and then mix them together, see in that composition, see if you can have the same properties. So they did that, and then they got almost the similar results as the one where they're using the single material. Also, like, this demonstrates the power of this technology. Okay, and then in terms of the economic benefits, this promotes invention. That means now you can come up with new materials that are specific to your needs. You can invent new materials, new ideas, and then just apply this technology to get whatever that you want to achieve. And then the second part is like the growth in terms of the economy of the country, because now we have the cost-effective properties that people can just purchase for whatever applications. Okay. Okay, there's a different example here. I wanted to give you an example here, like an example that I had in mind is a study that developed like magnetic shape memory material. That means, like, it's a material, powder material, metal material. When you put the magnetic field around it changes its form. That means it changes the shape. Then instead of, like, now applying energy or electricity to move stuff, then you can just apply magnetic field, then it will move. Okay? So in terms of my project, where do I fit in with my project? We just need to look at the process of this in situ alloying process. The first thing that you need to do is that the mixing, then you print, and then from there you check the performance of the material that you get after the printing. Okay? So on the mixing step, the mixing is related to the method that you are mixing the ear powder. Okay? And then on that method, the two parameters that are very critical is the speed and the duration. Okay? When we come to the printing, the printing looks at the spreading, the melting, and the solidification. And then the parameters that we have in there is the speed, the powder, the one that I forgot there is the thickness of wear layer. Those are the most critical part. And then on the performance is the properties, and the properties are directly linked to the microstructure. Then now you have these properties, and then you need to optimize those properties in order for you to get a functional part. Then how do you do that? Usually, like, you do the experiments. That means now you get the mixture, then you mix at different speed, durations also, and then compare which one is going to be the best. And then after that, you're going to print. And then also when you print, you check different speed, different powers, and then different thickness. Then from there, you compare them with the microstructure, like what kind of microstructure that you get. And then that can be quite intensive in terms of the cost, and then the time that you need to do that, because for you to, in fact, to validate or like to certify that material that we have defined, the number of tests that you need, like 5 minutes, okay, thank you, almost done. The number of tests that we're doing, they need to be quite enough for statistical analysis. So my project is to come up with a tool or a model that we can now use that tool to predict all those properties that we need in order to validate our materials. So the model that I'm working on, I'm not going to go into much details of the materials. I split the model into 2 parts. The first one is the mixing. Then we create the mixing, and then we have the powder as the mixture. And then you can see like the different particles. And then once you have the powder mixture, then that means now you know the arrangement of your particles within your space. And then you have also the diameters or the sizes of your particles. Then now you can take that particle and put it on the powder bed or on the build platform, and then do that. And then the second model is the melting, and then the solidification. So here, on this one, I just showed the 2 parts, the 2 scenarios that I have. The first one is just a solid part, or it's just the build platform. And then the second one is the powder form. The thing that I wanted to highlight here is like, okay, you have the color part is the laser beam, and then that laser beam you divide it into kind of rays, because any light, it has different rays, and then you shine that light into your build platform. And then if you have a powder form, that light starts to reflect on the surface in different directions. And then that generates an intensity, increases the intensity that you are putting on your material. And then it's going to affect the melting that we are having. And then it's a key factor that we need to do. And then in order to validate our material, what we do is like, okay, we have melted the part, then you can, from the temperature profile, you can generate the portion that is melted, and then compare that with the build platform. Then we call it the fusion zone. That means that's where the portion that has been melted, and then that's where you have the mixture. Then you compare the dimensions of those 2 parts in order to validate our material. Okay, so in conclusion, we can say like in-situ alloy is a very important technology that provides advancement into additive manufacturing with a lot of benefits. And then also, it offers tailored solutions. That means like you can create custom materials that you need for your specific need at the time you need them. And then it promises a more sustainable and economically advanced future. That's why we need to, for policymakers to really take into consideration of this model. Okay, thank you.
Thanks for a good presentation, Bram. Now, I just wanted to know, like, with C2 alloying, how are you going to like manage like gases forming, like for instance, carbon dioxide, like around, and oxygen from separating, and that carbon?
The thing that we need, I didn't want to go too much into details of technical details of the method. What we do, like we have a build chamber, and then once we have the build chamber, then we flood with an inert gas in that build chamber, so that, for example, like we don't want oxidation, and then some of the metal powders are very reactive, and then they can cause explosions. Then we want to avoid that. That's why we need inert gas to control the environment that we are building on.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And the composition that you get at the end.
Thank you very much for that. That was very interesting. For me, I just want to find out, when you're talking about the the economic growth or potential of it. But it sounds like most of the products or materials that you're going to be designing are custom and directed at something specific. And in general, basically I just wanted to know the scale that you guys can do this, because for most things to be economically viable or have that potential, they have to happen at mass scales so that it reduces the costs. But now if you are building certain materials focused at like a specific client or a specific thing at the time, that means that your product is very custom, and you'd have to basically charge according to that. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, basically like it's already happening now with the additive manufacturing, where like the custom product have been manufactured, especially like in the medical industry where you need an implant. We want to match like the bone structure that we're having, understand? So we can manufacture like the shape of your bone, because my bone is gonna be not the same as yours, and then even the sizes. That's why like, and then also like with additive manufacturing, the losses in terms of the manufacturing process itself, they're minimal. You understand? That's why like it reduces the costs significantly compared to the subtractive manufacturing, whereas you take a block, then you cut it into that shape. That means you start with a bigger thing, then you cut it, and then you're losing material because of unnecessary things. So on a bigger scale, that in terms of the economic advancement, is there's a need for a specific custom materials that we need, and then we just need something that can fit into that. This is where the technology comes in, like to have like custom at the time that you need it, and then it's not needed for something else, because you don't want to manufacture something that's just gonna sit there for 50 years without being used. Yeah, but you need it at that time.
Thank you. Thanks for the nice presentation. So my question is, South Africa is confronted by high rate of unemployment, and whenever there's cost-effective mentioned, particularly coming from a technology being applied, research does show there is a positive relationship with unemployment. So as technologies are introduced, and if it's cost-effective, it results in job losses, therefore feeding into unemployment. I just want to check if there are any considerations, when developing this technology, particularly in an environment like South Africa where unemployment is high, to say, do you factor in job losses when these technologies are,
The thing like, in terms of that, like, the technology itself, it creates opportunities in terms of like the business adventures. That means now people, instead of losing jobs, they can be innovators that uses the same technology to create their own thing. You understand? And apply that to that's the way we looked into it in terms of the technology.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Let us all clap hands for the speaker. Or can the speakers remain behind? But I would like to thank everyone, the speakers as well as the audience, for their comments and questions. I think it is time for lunch and poster exhibition. Thank you so much.
so I don't want to be stressed. At 2 o'clock, I want to be here standing.
So you want to save it on the laptop?
Yes.
That's great.
Let me see.
Right?
Let me see.
Yes, I give you.
Are you happy?
Yes, I am happy. Yeah, we are roast und. Yeah, roast und. Sizoqala ngawe kamnandi.
Bese nithi ngashintsha ngiya kule film. Hello. Hi.
Zawuhlala apha ekuqaleni.
Imali we.
Mkis. Okay, Mkis. MKIZE.
Oh, so they won't save theirs.
No. The thing is this, the stuff is in a sensitive stage, they haven't published it. And the presentation makes a lot of information available. It's best not to publish, to give to other people, especially at different universities. They come from a different university, then we don't share that kind of thing.
I understand, ma'am. Oh, we have, well, in fact, we have three, right? But it's only two that is.
They all do her, also two people.
The two people have their name and surname, and then this one is the first lady. I don't know what's her name.
Kay Ford. That's this one. Then you can maybe say, change the name, and then you say.
Okay, then create a phone.
She was the first one, eh? Yeah, Kay Ford.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I don't know whether she is the one who said it.
Is it?
Yeah.
The first one?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because she wrote it afterwards.
So it's this.
Your name, under your name. So that's,
What is this?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's written my name on it.
is your
oh,
name there?
so this
Oh,
one
when
is
you open
Oh, yeah,
someone
yeah.
else. Is it yours also?
No,
Or
this is
someone else?
this is someone else.
And then someone else. Okay.
I think this is the first lady who presented. This is my
Okay,
presenting. Yes,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
that's her
What's
first.
your name again?
Okay.
Let me just.
Now the first one, oh, yours is little.
It's SI. Yeah, SI. Put it in.
So spell it.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Okay. And then the surname is A-U-L-D. Yao. Yeah. So we've got four. It's one person that didn't come, this
Yeah,
first one.
and there's also one Raymond.
Raymond Butete. Raymond Butete is the last one. Oh, so he's here. Yeah, he thought it was on the, he used the USB, but because he gave permission.
Oh,
It's just that other one. Thank you so much for your assistance.
okay.
Now my job is done. I can relax now.
So Raymond
There's
said
another
it. Raymond said it.
Butete,
Oh, Butete.
yeah, B-O-T-E-T-E.
Okay. Butete. Okay. Yavakala ne? Oh.
things, but without wasting any time, wasting any time, wasting any time, wasting any time. No, it's fine. All right, let me just call the first person, that N. Mkize. Oh, Nelly Siwe. All right, Nelly Siwe. You are our first speaker, so the 15 minutes will start. So.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nelsuem Kize. This afternoon, I'll be presenting to you my master's project. I'm from Wits University. My master's project is titled The Role of Parent-Child Dysfunctional Interaction and Difficult Child on Early Childhood Development in Children from Rural Limpopo, South Africa. Firstly, I would like to first define those two words because I'm going to be using them throughout the whole presentation, and also I'll be using the acronyms instead. So parent-child dysfunctional interaction measures the parent perception of parent-child relationship and the child not meeting parental expectations. Difficult child measures the child behavioral characteristics that may be difficult to manage by a parent or a caregiver. So now I'm diving to my introduction. Early childhood development is an important stage of one's life because it is the time where all developmental domains develops. So the ECD development domains include cognitive, social, emotional, communicative, physical, and adaptive. These ECD developmental domains, they are very important. They play a very crucial role in one's life in influencing behavioral aspects, health, economic, and academic accomplishments in future. So previous studies have showed that the development of ECD domains is highly affected by the relationship between the parent and the child, and also the behavioral factors being exhibited by the child, poverty, food insecurity, poor housing, being exposed to violence, and also crime. Now narrowing down to the South African context, previous national reports have reported that about 71% of children younger than 5 lives in upper bound poverty line in South Africa. And about 21% of children do not live with their parents, and only 42 lives with their mothers. Furthermore, half of the children under the age of 5 are not enrolling in any ECD programs. And the ones that are enrolling into ECD programs, they've been estimated to be 55%, and they've been reported not to be developmentally on track. So Limpopo is regarded as one of the rural provinces of South Africa, which has the highest head count of poverty, and also children who are not attending ECD programs. So what is the gap that our study is trying to address? We have recognized that there is a lack of understanding about how PCDI and difficult child affect early childhood development domains in children under 5 years in Limpopo. So this takes us to the aim of our study, which was to identify factors linked to clinical elevated PCDI and also difficult child scores, and also examine their association with early childhood development domains. So our study speaks to the national strategy of South Africa, the goals, which speaks more specifically to what we are trying to address, are goal number 4, 5, and 11. All these goals, they speak to early childhood development, and also they seek to address the challenges faced by the marginalized children. Also, when we look globally, our study speaks to the Sustainable Development Goals, which are goal number 1, goal number 3, and goal number 10. Again, all these goals, they speak to early childhood development and also to protect children from marginalized communities. Now moving on to how our study was executed. I must say that this is a cross-sectional study. We conducted our study in Limpopo, focusing in 2 districts, namely Great Zanini and Great Giyani. So the analysis utilized data of a large study, which is currently being done by VETS, the study called BETH2. So moving on to how we collected data, we used trained field workers. We used trained field workers, and then the inclusion criteria for our participants was mothers or parents who are older than 18. Then in terms for us to measure the 2 domains we are focusing on, which are difficult child and also the parent-child dysfunctional interaction, we used an instrument called the Parent Stress Index. And then moving forward to how we assess early childhood development, we used the Malawian developmental assessment tool. The reason we chose this tool, there are many tools available. We chose this tool because it has been validated in South Africa, especially in rural areas. So lastly, for statistical analysis, what we did, we used a logistic regression to identify factors associated with elevated scores of DC and PCDI, and also we performed a linear regression to examine the association between the elevated scores and the developmental domains of our interest. So moving on to results. So the population we included at the later stage for our study, we used a pair of mother and a child of 241. The reason we chose mothers instead of other caregivers, it's just that in essence, biological mothers are the only people who bond naturally with the kids, as compared to other caregivers who can be the grandmothers and aunties. So overall, we observed that 36.3% of our participants exhibited elevated scores of PCDI, and then 37.5% of our participants exhibited scores of DC. Then when we focus to the mother's characteristics for our population that we studied, 54% were from Great Zanini with a mean age of 31 years, while 55% participants were married, 35% had completed more than 12 years of schooling, and 89% were unemployed. Then moving on to children's characteristics, 48.5% were girls, and then 13% of children cohort were stunted at the age of 36 months. Okay, now we are moving to the first domain, which is a difficult child. So when we tried and look at the factors which influences difficult child, we recognized that being a person from Zanini and having a mother who is younger than 34, it was very protective. So as the children were less likely to exhibit traits of being difficult. And then lastly, when we look at the difficult child with relation to negative discipline, we noted that the mothers who were normally using a negative discipline towards their children, they were putting their children at 2.8 times higher to be difficult as compared to children who are not exposed to negative discipline. Then moving on to PCDI, we noted that coming from Zanini, and being a mother who is younger than 34 was protective. This means you were less likely to have a dysfunctional relationship between your child and yourself. And then while having a family size which is less than 7 and exhibiting depression symptoms, and also using psychological aggression when disciplining the child was the risk. It was making the parent-child pair to be at high risk compared to the normal control people. Okay, then we have to note that these studies are contradictory to what have been reported before in literature, and this can be attributed to the fact that the studies that are available were conducted on children who are already in school, and also they were conducted in urban areas, not in rural areas. That is why we recommend that studies need to also be done in rural areas, so that the challenges faced by the rural children can be known, and also interventions can be implemented to protect the marginalized children from rural areas. Okay, moving on to our second objective, which was to see if the children and the parents who exhibited high levels of PC, DI score, and DC had an impact on the early childhood developmental domains. So the early childhood developmental domains we looked at, it was the social development, gross motor, fine motor, language, and also, language. So what we noted is that there was a positive association. When we are focused on PCDI, there was a positive association between social development and gross motor. And then when we focus to DC, there was a positive association between social development and language development. So moving on to discussion, our findings show that elevated scores of PCDI and DC are and associated factors. And also, the elevated scores of PCDI and DC had an influence on developmental domains of children under the age of 5. So, our findings gives a perspective, but do not indicate causality, simply because our study was only conducted in Limpopo, in 2 sub-districts. So our findings cannot be generalizable to the other part of South Africa. So that's why we recommend that more studies need to be done to the other parts of South Africa, especially in rural provinces like KZN, Mpumalanga, and the Eastern Cape. So in terms of the implications, our study, our findings contribute to the body of knowledge which could be used to inform strategies and policies to enhance early childhood development programs and family services in rural settings. And then the advocate's message for our study is that parents need to be supported to cultivate positive and nurturing relationships with their young children, and also their relationships, because their relationships are crucial for their children's health. We have to acknowledge that our study had limitations and strengths. So we were asked to also show that our study fits to the theme of this conference. So our study fits to the disciplinary perspective and social sciences and technology theme. Reason being, we are saying that psychology, family studies, and also sociology need to work together and use the technology perspective, such as digital tools, telehealth, and also data analytics, to create integrated solutions which can be used to improve early childhood development in South Africa, and also to support the relationships between the parent and the children in order to build a society that is working. So in closing, I would like to thank the Academy of Science for affording me an opportunity to come here, a fully funded opportunity to come here and share our results. And other than that, I would like to thank you guys for coming to this session and listening to me. I'm happy to take questions and compliments.
All right, thank you so much, Nelly Siwe. Yeah, is there anyone who have a question? Or a comment or compliment?
A comment or a compliment. At least a compliment. I was on time. Okay.
Yeah, just a very quick one. Yeah, I just want to compliment, you know, the way you executed your study. Like, it was very much well systematically executed, like, you know, fulfilling all the tenets of research. I was following through, you know, every stage of your presentation, and I could tell that it was very much, you know, well executed. Yeah, thank you so much for that, and all the best in your future researches.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Nelly Siwe. Sorry about the commotion that was happening in the back.
Okay.
I saw that you were keep on checking or looking at me. My apology on that. Yeah, I think it was just a problem with the door. All right. All right, our next speaker is the Chinaman. That's what he said to me, that his surname is Chuck. Ne? Yes. So he's going to be our next presenter. Do we have Henry? Oh, you're here. All right, awesome. Did you load your stuff? No, no, you're gonna load it later. I was asking. Okay. Let's allow him to present and then we'll just load it.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, everyone. My name is Maputi Chueng, Black Chinese with big eyes. I'm going to present on the topic called psychosocial challenges faced by young females dating sugar daddies. Actually, it's a case study conducted at the University of Venda. I'm not going to expose anyone, guys. It's just a study. Just feel free. Introduction. Sexual risk behavior amongst young people is a public health concern. Despite this concern, young people continue to engage in sexual activities to meet their basic standard of living. Literature is displayed with high rate of unemployment graduate, and as a result, young people resort to different means for survival. Available research indicated that the youth across different societies engage in dating relationship with sugar daddies to meet their basic needs or obtain various favors. This happens despite the threat to females' reproductive health resulting from sexual transmitted infection and HIV and AIDS. Studies have shown that transactional sex with sugar daddies is often characterized by huge age of wealth differences or power imbalances, according to Campbell and others. Sexual risk behavior amongst young people, it is a in South Africa, the recent term used to refer to the practice of dating a sugar daddy is known as blesser blessee. I think someone might know it here. Okay, you know it, ne? Existing literature indicated that young females engage in sexual relationship with older men for a variety of reasons, including favors in many aspects of life, such as education, employment, and other kind of support. These motives are greatly influenced by individual attributes, conditions, life options, and opportunities. The rationale for conducting the study is the fact that the majority of young females of the university engage in sexual activities with older men to meet their academic and social needs. The current study hence sought to explore the psychological challenges faced by young females dating sugar daddy through a case study at the university. The rationale of the study, the reason of conducting this study, the reason for selecting a female student of the university is based on the report on social media indicating that young females are highly involved in transactional sex compared to their male counterparts. Additionally, a number of female students are involved in transactional sex with sugar daddies. However, fear social stigma surrounding disclosure of engaging in such relationship. Despite assuming anonymity and confidentiality for taking part in the study, majority were not willing to participate. Hence, a case study was conducted with the selected student who was willing to share her experience of many years of practicing transactional sex. Under methodology, the study actually was qualitative in nature. A qualitative approach used a case study design was deemed appropriate to explore the psychological challenges faced by young female dating sugar daddies. The study was conducted at the University of Venda, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The population and sampling, the female student was purposefully selected from the University of Venda. Informed consent was obtained. The inclusion criteria were that the participant should be dating a sugar daddy registered at the University of Venda and should be between the age of 18 and 35, 25 to suit the young female category. Data collection was a semi-structured interview which allowed the researcher to obtain in-depth information from the participant. An interview guide was developed in order to obtain information from the participant, and the audio tape was used to capture the data. The duration of the interview ranged from 45 to 60 minutes. The audio tape was later transcribed by researcher. Data analysis, the study employed thematic content analysis according to the pros and leg. It minimal organized and described the data set in detail. Themes and sub-themes emerged from collected data, and themes were described in details. The trustworthiness of the study were also ensured. Under results, this study actually categorized into themes and also sub-themes. The sub-themes were generated from the themes. Theme number 1, causes of dating sugar daddies. Number 1, it's a financial support. The findings of the study indicated that young female date sugar daddies because they need financial support. The participants indicated that sugar daddies have money and provided for any need that young females may have, which include paying of their fees. This is one of the respondents. Sugar daddies have have money and work. Even you need something, they will provide. Sugar daddies are able to give us money compared to our age boys. If you want money for school, sugar daddies will provide. Another sub-theme, the results showed that materialistic benefits are pivotal for female dating sugar daddies. The participant indicated that sugar daddies buy expensive gifts, clothes, and pay for their expensive vacation trips or outings. the participant said, as girls, we need nice things. Expensive hairdo like Brazilian, this one, and sugar daddies will provide you look good for them. So, other sub-themes. The study showed that peer influence do contribute to young females dating sugar daddies because of the need to belong and conform to the group rules or standard. One of the code is your peers force you to have sugar daddies because they have sugar daddies. If you don't have a sugar daddy, it's like you are a fool. They are more likely pass you on to a sugar daddy, or you will look for one to fit in the group or lifestyle. Stress reduction, one of the code, it says when you are stressed by boys or your age, schoolwork or other things, you have sugar daddies to reduce stress. They will take you anywhere and you will also be shopping. Employment conditions or poverty. The results also shown that poverty contributes to dating sugar daddies. Young females view that dating a sugar daddy is the easiest and quickest way of getting out of poverty. This also results in the parents accepting the sugar daddy of the female child. He provides the needs of the female. The participant said, if you are coming from a poor family, one of the fastest solution of dating a sugar daddy, rather than looking for a job, they reduce level of poverty in the family. Hence, they are accepted by family members because everyone get what they want from our sugar daddy. The second theme, the challenges faced by young female dating sugar daddy. Sub-theme, risk of contracting chronic sexual transmitted infections. The results show that the young female are at risk of contracting STIs as sugar daddies refuse to use contraceptive. The participant said most sugar daddies have chronic sexual illnesses and are more likely to infect you. And it is difficult to say no sex without condom because he will feel you that you look at the material I'm buying for you. Nobody can buy you, even your parents can't buy for you. Yet you are refusing to have sex with me without a condom. Poor academic performance. The results indicate that dating sugar daddies interferes with academic performance. So, education is less valued by young females in pursuit of the finances or material provided by sugar daddies. We miss classes, tests, or assignment, and our school work suffer because sugar daddies needs you to be there to attend events with them. With him in return of material. Lack of emotional attachment. The results showed that lack of emotional attachment was a challenge for young female. She indicated that sugar daddies are emotionally unavailable as most of them are married or have other places to cater for. The participant said, you cannot be attached to a sugar daddy. He has many other girlfriends. You cannot always have him if you need him. The time you need him, you find he is with family. Sub-theme 3, strategy to reduce females' friends of dating sugar daddies. The first one is awareness campaigns. Awareness campaigns that will educate on advantage and disadvantage of dating sugar daddies emerged as a strategy to aid the education, the reduction of females, trend of dating sugar daddies. This study revealed that the awareness should be provided by females who had involved in relationship with sugar daddies. Campaigns where ladies will be told about advantages and disadvantages of dating sugar daddies, and it should be someone with experience who can talk about it. The second one is educational programs of school level. The study further indicated that educational program about the sugar daddies phenomenon from secondary level can assist in reducing the trend, as the majority of young engage in blessee relationship at tertiary level. Education programs about sugar daddies of secondary level, so that when young ones go to university, they already have information about the advantage and disadvantage of dating sugar daddies. Educational programs of basic level. The study further indicated that educational programs about the sugar daddies phenomenon from secondary level can assist in reducing the trend, as the majority of young people engage in blessee relationship at tertiary level. Education programs about sugar daddies of at secondary levels, so that when you once go to varsity, they already have the information about advantage and disadvantage of dating sugar daddies. Under discussion, the causes of dating sugar daddies, the present study revealed that young females date sugar daddies because they need financial support. The study further shows that peer pressure is one of the causes for young females dating sugar daddies. The female adolescents from poor background view transactional sex with sugar daddies as the only way to get support for themselves and their family members. Challenges faced by young females when dating sugar daddies. This study found that young females are at risk at contracting sexually transmitted infection, as the sugar daddies refuse to use contraceptives. It was also revealed that sugar daddies are emotionally unavailable to young females, as most of them are married or have other blessee to cater for. Strategies for reducing females' trends of dating sugar daddies. Awareness of the dangers of sugar daddies phenomenon is needed, and girls need to be alerted that their effort to manipulate gender power imbalance do not change them. Educational programs about the sugar daddies phenomenon at secondary level was identified as a strategy to reduce the trends of young females dating sugar daddies in exchange for money. Okay. The last recommendation, it is recommended that future studies investigate the sugar daddies phenomenon perhaps use a different method of data collection. For example, focus group interviews and increasing the sample size to uncover more comprehensively the psychosocial concern faced by young females. Additionally, future studies can explore parental influence on young female trends of dating sugar daddies. Research can also investigate the effectiveness of the identified categories in the present study in reducing female trends of dating sugar daddies as a longitudinal study. I will pause here because of the time. I even forgot that I'm into science actually. I was presenting on behalf of number 1 on the Baloi.
All right, no, thank you so much. We can clap hands for him. Is there anyone have a burning question? Just a quick one. You do? Okay.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask what informed you guys to only focus on females, because the issue of blesser blessee is not only restricted to females. And then my second question is related to the recommendations. You guys recommended that females need to be equipped with awareness at a secondary level, but you also highlighted the challenges they are facing at the tertiary level, that they don't have money. So do you think being educated at a secondary level will eliminate the fact that you don't have money at varsity, and there are blessers at your disposal who can help you?
Thank you. Since I said I was presenting on behalf of someone and I'm not into this, I will just be quick. I will try it actually. Like the second one, when you said the guys also, you said the guys that are also into this blesser blessing. No, but the people that we see, or majority actually are the girls. You'll never see actually even the guy going to, let's say, normally, I mean, in our university, like, you will see the girls going to the main gate, understand, I mean, roaming around with those old boys, but you never see the women's, understand, coming to the university to fetch the boys. I don't know.
All right, now I think without wasting any time, because I think this discussion is further than that, because now, as you said, you only focus on the university and being biased, and then there's a lot of things that are happening. Even the gay men, they have the blessers. So what category can you also put them? You put them under female. So I think it's more, you just have to unpack it in such a way that you're looking broadly, because now I just say a blesser and a blessee, which is a girl and a sugar daddy, but as in our days now, it's no longer like that. It's even, yeah. Please send the message, because now it's just too biased. Or just a quick one.
Okay, for me, it's not a question. It is a recommendation. I would recommend that you like also look into the impact of not having a father, absent father, yeah, in the life of a girl. It is also a factor that like contributes to the blesser blessee phenomenon. Thank you.
All right, no, thank you so much. There's a lot in this topic. We can spend the whole day doing, talk on face that, but let me welcome our third speaker for today, Henry, yes. You have loaded your stuff already? Okay, thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. The name is Tinashe Here is a surname. This is Tinashe Here. I'm from Nelson Mandela. I think my study is based on studies that have been completed and work in progress. I think that can build up on early childhood development. So we are here today because we have been inspired by other people. We have role models that we want to be like. So my research is focusing on trying to address social challenges through psychobiographies of black individuals. So when you say beyond weird, we're talking about the Western, educated, industrialized, can't remember what they are, but democratic. So the Western side of the world in comparison to us in the Southern perspective of it. So what is the objective of the study? The objective of the study is to try to address these complex social challenges that we are facing in the in the country. So we still have the colonial legacy that is still affecting us. We still have the historical legacies that is still affecting us. How can we then look at the psychobiographs, the lives of extraordinary people, for us to understand how they went about navigating the different barriers to be where they are? So what is a psychobiography? A psychobiography is a detailed study of an individual's life using psychological theories and concepts. So what we do is we take different psychological theories. You can think of your Erikson social stages theory. You can look at Freud's psychoanalytical. You can look at Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory. Then we use those theories to try to apply them into different people's lives. And the reason why we do that is to try also to understand the different theories, how can they be applicable within our own context, because most of the theories that we have were not developed in our country, were not developed in our context, so we're trying to test them, to refine them, to see if they are applicable within our context. And if they are not applicable, how can we best develop them for them to be more applicable within our context? So it offers us a unique lens to understand the experiences of Black people. Also, it helps us to have a holistic understanding. It offers insights into both personal motivations and external influences, which can inform policies and practices for social changes, because we're trying to understand why is that some people, they come from similar backgrounds, but they do make it in life. And the others who come from similar backgrounds do not make it in life. They are also in the same external circumstances, but they do make it in life. So we're trying to understand what makes them go all the way to be able to be the best that they can be. So the focus is on examining lives of different Black leaders. I will show you in a minute, different activists, sports icons, and our everyday heroes, because what has been happening with psychobiographies is that most of them have been focusing on what we call your extraordinary individuals. So your Hitlers, your Churchills. Now what we're trying to do is to look at our everyday heroes, the people that are working as nurses, the people that are working in different corporates. How did they make it, rather than only focusing on the so-called extraordinary or the notable figures of our world? And the focus of the study is also to try to eliminate the impact of social, cultural, social, political, historical, and psychological context on these lives. Because we do not live in isolation. We live within those social, cultural, within the social, political, within the historical context. How do those contexts affect the development of an individual? And also, trying to explore the different career development of influential individuals using established theories. How do they manage to develop their careers or to construct their careers in the way that they did within those limitations? The main aims of the study are trying to provide marginalized youth with accessible and inspiring role models. If we look in our context, we do have few people, or let me say, there is high unemployment. And because of high unemployment and under unemployment, you'll find that people do not understand the different careers that they want to follow. So by doing this particular study, by focusing on people from different sectors, it allows us to come up with those role models for the people that are coming from marginalized backgrounds, people that they can relate to with regards to how they look like, and they might also have similar backgrounds. So if a person from a similar background was able to, for example, if you look at Siya Kolisi, many kids right now, Black kids, into rugby because of Siya Kolisi. He is the captain of our South African team. So we're trying to make those people more accessible to different people from our marginalized backgrounds, and also trying to examine the systematic barriers in education and professional settings. As I mentioned earlier, our historical and colonial leaders are still with us. So by doing these psychobiographs, if you look at people that are working in corporate, there is still discrimination, there is still racism, there's still sexism. So what we are trying to understand is how do those people who are now CEOs of different companies, and especially if you look at our women, women continue being discriminated and there's still gender inequality. How did they navigate those different barriers for them to become CEOs of different companies, to come up with their own companies? And then also trying to understand the role of family and community dynamics in building resilience. I think as the comment was made about fathers being absent in the children's life, you'll find in our country, most of the times, due to different reasons, children are growing up in child-headed households. They are growing up without parents. They're growing up without proper guidance from authoritative figures. So we're trying to understand how does the role in the family community play a role in trying to develop that resilience among the different children, and also want to enhance and understand the different psychological theories and application to diverse contexts. I think I've already mentioned that. And also, we're trying to promote interdisciplinary research, because when you're doing psychobiography, you're not only focusing on the psychological aspect of it. When you're doing psychobiography, you're focusing on every aspect, your economy, you're looking at the politics, you're looking at sociology, you're looking at history. So it combines everything into one, because when you want to analyze a person's life, you need to put them within that context where they were. So if you're looking at a person that was within the apartheid time, so you need to understand what was happening during apartheid time, so the history of it, the economy, what was happening during that period. So the methodology that we use for psychobiography is publicly available primary and secondary sources. So your autobiographs and your biographs, and sometimes if you are focusing on a person that is still alive, you can get ethical clearance to do an interview. Like right now, I have an interview that is coming up with one of the subjects that we're focusing on, I'll just tell you just now. And also, sampling for this particular project that we are focusing on, our sample was based on looking at people of color that have achieved in their different fields. And when you are analyzing the data, we use various theoretical frameworks. So we use what we call deductive thematic analysis. So those different theories, we try to put the biographical information into those theories to try to see how they align together and analyze it from that particular theoretical framework. So the different subjects that we are focusing on for this particular studies, this is just a few. You will see more in the next session. So we have Siakolisi. I think most of us understand and know where he came from, the type of background that he came from, being raised by a grandparent, I think essentially raising himself and also looking after his siblings. We have Nonkulele Kogobodo, so I'm going to be speaking with her. She's the first registered CA in South Africa. And you see Wangai Mathai. She was the first doctorate person, a person to get a doctorate, a female to get a doctorate in the Eastern and Central Africa. She was the first African female to get to be awarded a Nobel Peace Prize. So these are the type of people that we are trying to look at. So that's the whole picture of, I think it's about 17 or so people, so from different backgrounds. You have your politicians, you have your corporate activists, you have your academics, you have your sports icons. So from the preliminary findings that we have so far, most of these people, they come from adverse backgrounds. And what they have shown is that they've been resilient in the face of adversity. So many of these individuals displayed significant personal resilience, overcoming different barriers. So if we go back to Kolisi again, he was from a poor socioeconomic background. We have people like Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, who was the first elected female president in Africa. She was married firstly, and then things happened. She decided, no, this is not the life that she wanted. And during that particular time, I think still today, the patriarchy also affected the type of career that she wanted to follow. But at that time, people were not allowed to ask for divorce, especially women, to ask that they wanted a divorce. But she did it. So that's what we're trying to understand. What made her do that? And when you look at other people that were in similar situations where they were being abused, they remained in those marriages until death drew them apart. But for her, she was able to say, no, this is enough. I want my life back. So we're trying to understand what drives them, what motivates them to be able to do that. And you also look at the identity formation within the social context. So their identities are deeply shaped by their cultural, social, and political context. So it's about who am I and how does the society expect me to behave. So if you look within our country, if you are a young black man in the townships, when people see you and that they are from a township, they have a certain perception of who you are. They have a certain expectation of how you're going to behave when you're around them. But for you as yourself, how do you perceive yourself within that particular context? And also your intersectionality. So the studies also reveal the complexity of their identities, how multiple factors. So if you are a woman, if you are a black woman in a company, is your voice being heard? And are the people taking seriously when you come up with opinions? And some of the other themes that are coming up is that people are using creativeness as a way to fight resistance. So if you look at people like Chimamanda, I think the author from Nigeria, she is using that writing expertise to try to fight the different narratives, to challenge the different narratives that we have. The context and the personal and the career development, I'm sorry, I just have to go through because of time. So looking at a broader implication, of course, we cannot generalize it, but it does give us some information. It does give us some starting point to try to understand, to address these different social issues that we're facing. So identification of systematic barriers and gaps. What are the obstacles to educational and professional settings? Trying to look at the effective interventions to see how did those people make it. So if you look at Sia Collis, and I think most of them, they are coming from a poor background, but for them to make it, they had to get scholarships, for them to move out of the townships into different institutions and different schools. So trying to also to promote diverse role models in education and employment, and fostering resilience and community support mechanisms. Just to conclude, psychobiographies can be valuable and can provide valuable insights when you're trying to address social issues. They offer different strategies of how to inspire and empower marginalized communities. Psychobiographies are a rich, multi-layered understanding of how individuals experience and intersect with broader social issues. With that being said, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone who have a super burning question? We cannot just let him go like this. I'll pick if there's no one. Let me come to you, Nelisiwe. Yes. At least your presentation are almost.
Yes. Oh, okay. And I can relate. Okay, my question, thank you for a great presentation. I can relate to it. I want to ask, with regards, you said psychobiographs can be used to motivate children from marginalized communities. I think even us and others, we get to know about the psychobiographies through social media or through TVs, ne? Like less likely on through radios. So in South Africa, we still have communities which are still marginalized in terms of technology. That means those children, they are marginalized in terms of being exposed to the likes of Chimamanda and also the likes of Kolisi. So what can be done to make sure that the children who stays in deep rural areas where even the network is unstable can also get a chance to be motivated through these dynamites?
Alright. Thank you for that difficult question. So what we can do is try to understand where they are. So as I said earlier, trying to understand those different barriers. So that's where the government comes in. So when you understand what are the barriers that they are facing within the rural areas, so you say there is a lack of resources, we know that there is a lack of resources. The same applies to, if you look at Siakoli's life, he came from a school that lacked resources, and I think until to date, there is still poor infrastructure, there is still lack of resources. So what we're trying to do is just to put a spotlight on that. Say where they are coming from, there are challenges. So maybe as a government, the policy should be trying to address those issues of where they are coming from, so that people do not actually need to move from their community for them to get better education in other communities, because that also affects any individual trying to move from one place to the other, especially if you're still young. Does that answer your question?
All right, thank you so much. Can we just clap for him? All right, our last presenter for the day is Jay Banye. Can you please just come forth?
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the strength to still be around even up to this time. Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Johannes Banye. I'm a postdoctoral fellow with UCT ACDI. I'm going to share with you my short presentation on environmental communication and the new media. I'm an urban planner by training, but it's environmental communication is one of the issues that really got my attention. So I thought of just putting up something of a review nature. So it's more of a thematic or cluster analysis where I tried to look at the advantages and the drawbacks of the new media in environmental communication. by introduction, environmental issues are increasingly at the forefront of global concerns, especially in the 21st century. And some of environmental issues range from pollution, deforestation, droughts, flooding, among a whole lot of spectrum of environmental issues. And as we face the growing number of these natural and human-made disasters, the need for effective communication about the environment has never been more critical. Environmental communication, by definition, involves the use of communication strategies to inform and influence individual and community behaviors and debates around environmental issues. So environmental communication is quite a broader field, and they say it's more of a contested space with many stakeholders and many views on how we should communicate about the environment. Environmental communication has also evolved significantly from traditional methods such as the use of newspapers, TV, to now include the modern technologies that I'm going to touch on in this review presentation. In the context of environmental communication, the new media refers to tools that go beyond the traditional forms of communication, and this includes social media networking platforms, sites, blogs, podcasts, and other digital platforms that facilitate real-time information sharing and engagement. And these are, for example, Facebook, your YouTube, your LinkedIn, among other many sites, even WhatsApp itself. Now I'm going to move on to some of the issues that I picked up from the research on what is the role of the new media in environmental communication, or what are the advantages of the new media. The new media has enhanced connectivity and communication speed across Africa, enabling prompt dissemination and environmental alerts, and ensuring rapid response strategies. For instance, during environmental crises like the oil spills off the coast of Mauritius, I'm sure you have heard about this crisis. Social media platforms were very instrumental in mobilizing cleanup campaigns and volunteers and international support swiftly. Social media also significantly raised awareness about environmental issues. Campaigns on platforms, for example, like Twitter and Facebook, have led to broader recognition of climate change impacts on local communities. For example, there's been this popular Save the Congo Rainforest campaign, which was spread very quickly because of these digital tools or digital technologies. The new media also facilitates collaborative and participatory communication by connecting diverse stakeholders, including NGOs, government bodies, and communities, which enhances policy making and project implementation on environmental issues. It also facilitates two-way communication, allowing the public to contribute to environmental dialogues and policy-making process. And so this is the difference of the new media and traditional forms of communication, in that in the new media, people can actually have a dialogue, when they are responding to these environmental issues. The new media also plays a critical role in, promoting environmental education. Environmental education by providing accessible platforms for learning and sharing information on sustainable practices, enhancing community engagement and participation in environmental conservation efforts. So because of the new media, now it's a bit easier to, educate people about issues of the environment, even through WhatsApp groups, etc., etc. I'm now moving on to some of the drawbacks or challenges of the new media in environmental communication. Despite its benefits, the new media in environmental communication faces a number of challenges. For example, like information overload, where the vast amount of available information can overwhelm and end up disengaging the public. This is, for example, evident in some crisis situation, like when there was floods in Mozambique, for example. There was a lot of information overload to those who were intervening, and also those who were affected. And this really increased the cost of that flooding in terms of people losing their lives and also losing their properties. Another issue is the issue of blanket or untargeted communication. Usually, social media sends messages that are more blanket and untargeted, often failing to consider like the diverse cultural context across communities in Africa. And such generic messages may not effectively resonate or provoke action among all demographics. The African online audience is also incredibly diverse, making it very difficult to create content that is universally applicable. And it is also important to note that the digital divide between urban and rural areas further complicates this issue, as rural areas have limited access to new media platforms. And lastly, on the drawbacks of the new media, it is important to note that African governments, they sometimes silence environmental activists that are using the new media. And this is especially so in politically sensitive areas or countries. And there are a lot of, several documented cases of African countries, for example, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, where digital activists have been silenced by the government. So in conclusion, the impact of the new media on environmental communication still remains a paradox, and environmental communication also remains a contested space. For example, the production and disposal of digital technologies contribute significantly to environmental degradation, challenging the very goals of environmental communication. In terms of recommendations, to maximize the benefits of the new media in environmental communication, it is essential to adopt targeted communication strategies that account for the cultural and socio-economic diversity of various African communities. It is also important to protect digital rights and ensure safety of environmental activists so that there is free and effective environmental dialogue. It is also important, finally, to invest in digital literacy and infrastructure, particularly in rural areas, so that this can assist in bridging the digital divide and enhance engagement in environmental issues. And lastly, in this presentation, I focused solely on the new media and environmental communication. I think for future researches, it will be also very important for researchers to look into artificial intelligence and environmental communication. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you so much for our speaker. Is there any burning question from anyone? Harry. You are there. Come back to earth. Do you have any question for him? Or compliment or comment, anything?
Thank you for putting on the spotlight. No questions from my side, but I think it was a good presentation, and you touched on important aspects as well, where you spoke about digital activists being oppressed by the governments, different governments, and I think that is something that needs to be addressed, and try to see how best these digital activists can be protected, because at the end of the day, what they are doing is try to promote and hold people accountable for what they're supposed to be doing. So thank you for a good presentation, and yeah.
All right, thanks to everyone. Can all the presenters come up front, and then we can just take a picture? Come. I'll take a picture. Yeah, you're gonna take a picture. All right, thank you. Yes, yeah, all right. All right, thank you everyone for coming, and I know that it's afternoon, and then people were rushing now for the gala dinner. Please enjoy, and I hope that you guys can link to each other and collaborate. I want to see the collaboration there in the next presentation or in the next conference. I don't know, but I want to see something that is happening between you guys. No, thank you so much. It was well thoughtful, and I like the fact that it was not something that you heard from this person. It's something new. You're always like, oh wow, I'm learning. I think this conference mostly is all about that, learning from each other and see if we can be able to collaborate. So in that departing words, enjoy the gala dinner as you go and freshen up and get ready to dance. Thank you.